6. That's a 3, isn't it? Mike in the way. Oh, is it a 6? Yeah, it's a 6, yeah. As an example, this gentleman who's very patient. Patience is a wonderful thing. This gentleman stands watching planes for all these hours. For the love of aviation, he calls it. I know there's a couple of figures out there. Hold on, let me move this mic because it's getting in my way. Stand by. I think I might be the first one to know, you know? I tell you what, old Boeing need to get on with their 737-700 and, well, 7. And max 7 and max 10, don't they? Otherwise they're going to lose out. I mean, that thing has been on the cards for a long, long time. 2014 is those two variants. 8 and 9 is what's available at the moment, but quite a few operators have basically, you know, changed their orders for the listen back to these starts now. Oh, okay, well I'll move the mic. Well, remember I turned the... Oh no, that was on the other mic. Okay, how's that? Can they hear me now? Is that better? Check, 1, 2. I just want to make sure that I'm going to try and time it with the power up so that I'm not talking during the power up sequence. And of course, I've been there now, folks. I've been there, seen it, done it. Push the thrust forward. So my training, my flight simulator training, folks, is in full swing now. Thanks, Johnny, mate. I know he's probably still sleepy nun-eyes, but thanks, mate, for coming over yesterday and dialing everything in, because although I have to say, one of the issues I had was a simple thing where I couldn't use the side stick to control the nose gear, the nose wheel steering, and it transpired that it was locked. Basically, it was locked. So Johnny just reached out and said, "Oh, it's locked." I'm like, "Oh, for God's sake!" It was as simple as that, was it? But anyway, there we go. There we go. It is what it is. I know, man. I know. It's like turning it, twisting it, like making all those changes. Goes. Yes, I know, man. I know. Create these panels to hold it in place, and it was just a switch on the bleeding underside of the stick, which locks out the stick from twisting. I didn't know that, did I? Oh, loaded. I know, man, I know. Up and down to Wicks. Here you go, back again. Good. Countersink. If I had have Googled, can't twist it, it won't twist. Have you checked the lock underneath? Yeah. No. Let's build a steam engine underneath it so that we can control it. Oh, goodness me. What an idiot. Johnny's like, oh, there you go, it's just a switch. Oh. I said, Jilly, look at the dude, what a dude. Oh, we laughed. Yeah. And then after all that, I don't use it anyway. I use the pedals to steer. The irony of it. Everything's just completely. Anyway, everything's great now, folks. I've got the. I'm actually logging my flight as well. Not logging my flight, but just not logging it at all. In fact, well, I am in a way, like my departure point and my arrival point, which runway, my takeoff settings in terms of speeds, V1, V2. Big shout out to Ruben. Thank you. He's gifted the championship. And it looks like James is a new member. Welcome, James. Although, oh, there he goes. He's come back. Sorry. My apologies, James. That was a little bit of a glitch there. Jill, it just said James with no stripes. And then the stripes came on. What's that about, man? Matthew Smith. Oh, Andy Fishlock has gifted a membership as well, apparently. Matthew Smith asking, how many daily flights are there to and from Heathrow? How many do they send to Heathrow? I'm gonna say 3 or 4. Is that right? How many flights do Emirates operate at Heathrow a day? I mean, I'm talking about, like, you know, how many. Icy tortoise. Yeah. Crazy fog yesterday morning. my golf game was cancelled. My first one of the year, so that's good, isn't it? Stuart loves things that fly. Greetings from seat 5C on American 2681 from CLT to DFW. Charlotte, South Carolina to DFW. Happy contrast to you, mate. Blimey, North Carolina. Seat 5C. So he's in the aisle. Is he on a blimey? American 2681 321. That must be a booming Wi-Fi you've got going there, mate. Yeah, over America will be fine, yeah. How many daily services? Matthewson's asking how many do we get, folks? 7! Emirates sends 6 flights to Heathrow, but sometimes even 7, Jeffrey Phillips. Wow. Kujro, 6 to Heathrow. Wow. Ian Morrison, nice. Finnair 350. Aidan Campbell. Scheduled flights next 7 days. Departures 4559. Busiest route Heathrow to JFK. 145 flights. Airport served 187. Countries served 81. Some impressive new numbers there, man. John Black tuning in from Banff in Canada. Yeah, you're picking up that second mic that we've got, folks. That kind of like gives you a good impression, a good idea of how hard we work for you, basically. So that's KLM. It's not a 737 because the engines are too big. It's not their 321neo, is it? Or am I just going mad? Am I seeing things here, or I know it's quite early, but what 321neo? There we go. Hey, beautiful looking airplane, man. Jules Harris, 55 chapel memberships. Thank you, Jules. Very kind of you. Deb Sherwin, lovely day for it. Seats to fill. Guessing that would have been set up a long time ago. It's not like they do it on the day, is it? Richard Craddock. First trip this year on BEA 777. Does anyone know if there are 2-seat arrangements at the back in economy on this? Well, economy is economy. It will be 343, will it not? James. Oh, okay. Only Roger saying Saturday and Sunday only for the KLM 321neo. Obviously a new service, I'm guessing. Wow, look at that Finnair going out. Intersect. How about that? He's obviously light, maybe carrying a bit of freight, I'd imagine, which is why they've put him on this service, because they've just had the 321 go out. Oh, it's the Moomin. Is that the Moomin? Yes, A-Firm Scotty. Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 is set up, and next Friday, folks. And I tell you what, we got a pretty impressive setup. It's a 2-seater, 2 monitors, full throttle quadrant. Well, I say quadrant, two throttle thrust levers, along with all the other parking brake and flaps and speed brakes, engine starts, engine switches, etc., on that unit itself. Along with my side stick, Chili Presswood, no, along with my side stick, which is all Thrustmaster, and my Thrustmaster pedal arrangement, pedal setup, which is the It's the top of the range one, basically. It's not a rare sight to see the A350 operating out of Heathrow with Finnair. I think it is down to freight operations, and you know, because let's face it, from up there's a lot of salmon. I think it is that's imported from Finland and Norway as well. I think maybe. So basically now I'm up to the point of being able to set the aircraft up in terms of the flight plan, the performance settings, and so on and so forth in the flight management computer, which again is something that Johnny taught me. At the moment I've just been doing circuits and taxiing, and of course now, because the steering lock is off and it's working properly, Johnny had to tweak it yesterday as well, because you know it's not a plug and play. These did he just spool up? Oh, there he goes. Consider coming down to South Africa? No, Matthew, because I think that I don't think it's legal to, as far as I'm aware, I don't think it is legal to stream in South Africa, as far as I'm aware anyway. Thanks, Flight Doc. I'm kind of on top of it, if you know what I mean. I don't want to sound cocky or anything like that, but Johnny has, we spent the whole day yesterday, Johnny very kindly came over and dedicated his time. I'm going to let you listen to this United 767 taxi and stand by. About 10 knots in the turn. Oversteer the line, that's what you've got to do. gnarly is that, folks? Raptrack 767-300 to New York. Capital Drive. Well, Kelvin, obviously there's a reason for it, because those 747s, the aircraft that did have the retro schemes on them were subsequently amongst those retired aircraft that, you know, were disposed of, unfortunately, and the only retro aircraft left, of course, is the BEA 319. But I think, and let's face it, that 319 I think has had a bit of a stay of execution on a number of occasions. She was in storage for quite some time, wasn't she? Good looking aeroplane. Boeing need to step their game up with the Max 10, because otherwise people are going to start losing patience. Of course, other than the most loyal of Boeing's customers, you know, the Southwests and Ryanairs of this world. Ryanair are not after any Dash 10s anyway, I don't think. I think it's just I think they're just happy with the, is it 8s or 9s with Ryanair. But, you know, this aircraft, especially as they now have the XLR variant, the extra long range variant, means that they can punt this aircraft out to anyone around the world. Qantas taking them. Fiotis tuning in from Cologne. Oh. PGPX, I know we keep going on about this whole thing with the 747 retirements. I think in hindsight you'll probably find that British Airways would probably still be operating, if they had any sense, would have been operating those 747s even now. They were slated for retirement, yes, but they weren't past their, you know, they just needed a little bit of an investment thrown at them in terms of D-checks and stuff like that. But aircraft that BA wouldn't be short of aircraft as they are at the moment, taking aircraft off routes, etc., you know, cancelling services and so on and so forth. Just take a look at Lufthansa's plan. That's what I'm talking about. Those 747s would still be flying, I think. There we go. Majority of Ryanair's fleet comprises of 737-800s, used for short haul and medium flights. Yes, indeed, all short haul and medium flights, has to be said. Aaron Thomas, yeah, the 747 would have been withdrawn by now. The plan, yeah, that's right. They may not have been withdrawn by now because nobody knew how quickly the aviation industry was going to bounce back. And that's why the likes of Lufthansa, I keep repeating myself on this one, but that's why the likes of Lufthansa, the plan was to retirement, much like Virgin's plan was to have all of their A330s gone by January of this year, and yet they're still operating. Because of the lack of available aircraft and delivery delays. Kev's not looking for a quote. Oh, hello. Flew the 350 last night on Microsoft Flight Sim 2024. A total contrast between, well, flight deck very much like the A380, very similar to it. More screens and different setup on the flight management computer. Just got to work your way around that one. Alam agrees that there was still potential in BA 747 fleet. They could have contributed a lot more. Many airlines retired the 747s early. Some never planned to bring back the A380s, but they did. Yes, indeed. There you go. But I keep saying, look at Lufthansa's fleet plan and how they've retained old aircraft so that they don't have to spend money on leasing aircraft or cancelling routes, which ultimately costs money, or revenue, reduces revenue. Matthew Smith, does Heathrow have any regular 340 traffic? Only stuff that's over the top, Matthew. Positive rate, gear up. Oh, absolutely. Of course, EGPXs. Of course, they're not going to buy anymore, or they're not going to lease any more 747s, or bring any back, or anything. It's just not going to happen. But they missed the. I think they were a little bit too early in retiring their 747 fleet. I think they missed the point. It was an opportunity for them to bring forward the retirement phase. However, they didn't think ahead, because a lot of people thought that the aviation industry would take like 10 years to get back to its normal levels. However, that completely backfired on quite a number of operators, and as you can see, quite a few of them bringing back A380s that they thought that they were going to retire or discontinue with. So I think there's quite a few operators out there who are sort of like, why did we listen to the accountants sort of thing. It's a base for it. Right, John. Right, Harry. You right then, mate? Yeah. It's a little bit slow today, that's all. All right then, I'll keep going, is that all right? Yeah, I'll see you there, yeah? Hold on a minute, I'll come a little bit closer, wait a minute. Look, can you see me? Oh yeah, there you are, yeah. Oh blimey, right, okay, yeah, well, see you later then, bye. It's unbelievable. It's not making use of it. A346 flying in and out of Cardiff with European cargo. Yes, indeed. Still continuing to do that. There were rumours of them, of the guy retiring and selling up, but as far as I'm aware, they're still operational. But they. I don't think it's going to happen, Matthew. Although in discussion, this is the whole thing that, you know, obviously Sir Tim of Emirates has obviously made the quote to Airbus on more than one occasion to say, you know, if you were to bring the A380 out of mothballs and bring it back into production, people would buy it, is what he's saying. But I think it would be too much of a gamble for our friends at Airbus. I think they've because let's face it, the 777-9 was, when it was originally conceived, okay, was supposed to be a competitor against the A380, because when the 777-9 was on paper, on the drawing board, basically the A380 was in its high point of sales and overtaking Boeing. So that is why they originally conceived, not for the 350. And that's why it's got such good numbers for it. The 777-9 will be more efficient, so they say, than the A350. In terms of its cabin comfort, and that's, we're talking about like pressurization. Very close numbers between the 350 and the 777-9. But who's to say that in the future, I believe that Airbus will likely re-engine the A350 with the new Rolls-Royce Ultrafan, I believe, along with some of these other aircraft that are out there as well. Let's fire this thing up. That's so casual. Ready for the 777-10. I think they need to get the 9 and the 8 into full swing production before looking at anything like that. But I know what you're saying. Could it be stretched? GXLEK to Miami, just pushed back. Thank you. Kevlar, ULD, unit load device, indeed, which is what you're hearing with these vehicles. It's an airport, folks, so expect it. But you know, cargo and freight and all sorts of stuff being carried by these guys. There's some ULDs. There's a ULD there, you can see. But some other stuff is crated and boxed, perishables, car parts, all sorts of components and stuff like that going on there. livery stationery and leather goods, all sorts of stuff. Mind you, most of that stuff's coming in on the big on the freighters that are coming into the likes of East Midlands and Singapore and Hicks. Hayabusa Nutter, good day to you. Taparay, 777 of American Airlines. Chris Gossman tuning in from Seattle. A lot of high value items go by air. A safe option, Adrian Jones. 45% of air freight is transported in the belly of passenger planes. Well, all of it's 45%. Okay, 45% of air freight globally, is that right, is transported by in the belly of passenger planes, but with passenger traffic down, about 75% of air freight capacity was removed from the market. BEA, they have positioned me in a number of different plots around the airport. I believe they are also putting me in the paddock, as well as at the side of the runway, and also potentially BA 380 just got over my house, coming your way. Matrix. Ah. Okay, yeah, I'm going to read that one out from a subby. Stephen Sissons mentioning about a 319 going into Northolt. You remember me saying that, Julie? Hello? Oh, well, let's just try comms again. That's one thing I want to do in the flight sim. Fly an old banger. Hello. I'll tell you what's partially wrong there, probably because I'm connected to the, yeah, no different. Yeah, but I just switched the Wi-Fi off. Yeah. So it wasn't 2 aircraft going into Northolt, he did a go around. Valerie Dickens enjoyed the Frankfurt and Schiphol shows. You captured some cool waves from the pilots. Yeah. A couple of good days there. Yeah, there's a 707 on Microsoft Flight Sim. 24. Sorry, Microsoft Flight Sim, basically. I'm going to have a go at that at some point. might have to get the extra 2 throttles. I think it's an easy switch out. Steve Batty, you could try to recreate the 707 landing at Norfolk in the sim. Yeah, I'm down with doing all that kind of stuff, folks, because obviously, you know, if we're going to have a sim show, you're going to run out of content quick, aren't you? But it's scenarios that we need to... Oh, it wasn't a go-around. Oh, he flew over the airfield. He did a fly past. Okay. Oh, GBYAA. Innie builds do the A300-600ER, so you can replicate the 4,000 foot climb out for, yeah, yes. DHL from Heathrow, yes, we could do all that sort of stuff, folks. Of course, the great thing, you've got external view as well, which is unbelievable, the detailing. You wait till, because we're obviously going to be doing external views as well. What? What about what? Oh, yeah. Somebody mentioning about the Financial Times article that we had. Oh, and it came out yesterday. Yeah, I thought. Oh, it's online. Okay. No. Oh, you might as well, mate. Yeah. Some engine cows. Look at that. Roger Breaker, seeing that United Smoker Joe made me think a lot of people would assume they're ancient. But that one was built in '99, a few years after a lot of the United and BA 777-200s. Yeah, as old as you think, yes indeed. A lot of them are though, 30 odd years old. David saying the view from the War Memorial is like what, the view of the airfield? Or? We're out there to do planes, folks. When we go away, we don't, you know, it's not jolly. We're not going on holiday. We're, you know, it's your money you're investing for us to go away. So, you know, in terms of bringing new content. Well, not weird, really, but it's just pretty par for the course. So you won't find Emirates doing that, put it this way. Do from time to time these aircraft are becoming quite old. Les, good morning to you. We've even got an authentic Radio Vox voice mic mix for the simulator as well, folks, believe it or not. Creeping up to the front line, holding the position. Don't we want a hard copy though, GP? I mean, I'm sure. Well, they're not going to take. They'll still be on sale on a Sunday, mate. Was it a supplement inside the newspaper? I think you'll find that if you went to Smith's or something like that, they'll still have them. Because I don't think they do a Sunday. Do they do a Sunday Financial Times? black smoke. Watch for it. Not that much that time because he rolled it straight out of blocks. Didn't do a start from a standstill, which generally creates a big puff of black smoke out the engines. This one off to Atlanta, thank you Raptor X. Oh my god, BYAA did a flight from Heathrow to Haneda on Microsoft Flight Sim. Blooming heck. I don't know, there's a few more in there. Got two BA 380s coming out. He's justified. And he's ancient, and he drives a nice green van. Pivots and dances. Brilliant. Yeah, that's quite good, man. I like that, yeah. Is there actually a way to identify the different engines or manufacturers from the outside? Yes, there is, Dash. And again, that's something that somebody asked the other day, that we could do an engine recognition show. But it's not just the engines; it's the aircraft type as well. You've got to link the two together. For example, the 777-300 that you're seeing here, all of them run the GE90 engine, whereas the 200 variant has other options. The General Electric as well, G9090, the Rolls-Royce Trent 800, another option. Really? incline. Look at them coming at us, man. Look at all the stuff in the sky, mate. It's unbelievable. That looked like a pretty new 787-10. And of course, there's another engine recognition thing that you need to appreciate. All 787s come with either one or the other engine type. The GEnx, the General Electric NX engine, or the Rolls-Royce Trent 1000 engine. The A380. Either Rolls-Royce, if you know the operators, you know that British Airways, for example, and Singapore Airlines all run the Rolls-Royce Trent engine, whereas other operators like Emirates, for example, run both the General Electric, the Alliance engine, GEPW engine, the 7200. Listen to the vents close. GPX, very new 787, just 5 months old. Must be British Airways' most recent. Just waiting for his little mate to go. Go on in, son! I'm going, leave me alone. Right, yeah, very slight uphill, as well as 27 right as well. 27 left runway entry is more or less downhill, but generally runways are always at a higher level to allow. There's a lot more to it though, Dash. But the more you watch, the more you will learn. Literally, that's the best way to describe it. You know, the small jets in terms of the older jets, or the CEOs as they're sometimes known. Either one of two engines, really. The IAE, the International Aero Engine option, or the CFM 56. If you go to the Neos, the new aircraft, or the A220 and the E2 jet, the new highly efficient super bypass engines like the Pratt & Whitney PW 1100 or that, the 1900 or the 1300, depending on what aircraft it is. Very difficult to tell. Well, you can't tell the difference between an 1100 and a 1900, for example. I'm sure you could do if you open the cowls or something like that. I don't know, but even that, I don't think that's the case. The difference, the way to tell her, and this is something that I learned literally just the other day, the difference between a LEAP engine and the Pratt & Whitney geared turbofan, the GTF. That's the best way to describe the geared turbofan, the new Pratt & Whitney high bypass engine, is because it's got a planetary gearbox on it, which basically is bolted all the way around the engine as opposed to down at the side of the engine. It basically works with the engine spool, if you see what I mean. This is the IAE engine. I very much doubt it, Dimitri, because Emirates are really quite committed to the 777-9 and the 777-8, along with A350 programs as well. I wouldn't see them buying the A380. neo, unless that could deliver exceptional numbers in terms of efficiency, that is. So the LEAP engine and the Pratt & Whitney engine, the LEAP engine that you see on this 737 MAX, all of the 737 MAXes are powered exclusively by the LEAP engine, which is the replacement for the CFM56 engine, a very, very popular and probably one of the most highest selling engines of all time in terms of the aviation market, I would imagine. But noticeable by a bulge. There's a bulge at the bottom of the engine. There's a corner slightly offline, I think. Yeah, there's a bulge where the gearbox is fitted to the engine. There's a bulge in the cowling to allow it to fit, literally. Whereas on the geared turbofan there isn't. Absolutely, that's the way I see it. Super Twins are indeed the thing of the future. Green fingers, you're right, more or less, yeah. Most aircraft are indeed. I don't know, what's this? Is this a freighter or is that a 380? Where is it? 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 Is that 340? It's a jumbo, isn't it? Lufty jumbo. Is it or is it 340? It's a lufty jumbo, isn't it? Or is it 346? Yeah, it's a jumbo, isn't it? Look at the swept back wing on it. The biggest, no, it's a 346. It's a 300, is it? Wow, isn't that funny? It looks quite fat, doesn't it? Yeah. I'm going to make the excuse because of my monitor. It's a tiny little monitor. Blame the monitor. Don't blame Jelly for a change. Wild snow, 343, Steve Batty's 343, lifted 340, Frankfurt's JFK. Thank you, indeed, lifted 340, 300. Jim K asking, any Dallas-Fort Worth visiting plans? Well, yeah, I mean, most definitely want to go back to DFW again. That was a great opportunity to be where we were there. Good positioning, right next to the UPS freight hub terminal. Little bit of FedEx as well thrown in there. had that panelling on the engine pylons has been modified or replaced new materials. Certainly the original 380s I don't think had that. She's sitting heavy on her mains, isn't she, man? Loudly and often. I like that. Here's the Max, folks. That is a good story, man. Littered with cat toys. Cargolax. No doubt heading to Luxembourg, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, don't know. The crazy thing is, feather dusting good day to you. Boeing 747-400 John G. 737 with long. Takeaway 7,644 kilometres for the late way. It's shorter going to Schiphol than it is going to Glasgow. Oh, Edinburgh. 13 minutes. Oh, Atlanta to Luxembourg. There we go. Now, you might find that when we look at that jumbo, that's probably already over the channel, believe it or not, folks. That 747, not when it was there, but where it is there, is likely that that's already halfway across the channel. And sometimes it's crazy that you can actually see them making the turn at the top of descent on their way down into their destination. Blood flame rapture. It's privileged to see Cargill up to now. I've pressed whip every day. There we go, yeah. When what? For when what? turn, an odd northwest turn. Where was it going then? Wild Snowball saying that lot, Max, has had quite a lively start to its life. Originally ordered by Lot, then cancelled due to the groundings, and then went to Bonza, and then Lot took it up again, apparently. Right, but now, about now, where is that 747 now, folks? Like, as I talk now. It's got to be over the channel. It's up to the crap with the engines. There's an identifiable thing. Is well, we can't see it now, it's gone past, but on the Pratt & Whitney engine, the geared turbofan has the inner sleeve lining, very distinguishable. Oh, Alex, nowhere near the channel. Dartford's near the channel, isn't it? Thomas and Cargolux is over Chatham in Kent. Philip Merrill was sitting in my garden in Glasgow last year. I saw an aircraft, looked it up on Flight Radar 24. It's 90 miles away over Oban. Done half scrub up well, don't they, eh? For an old aeroplane. Or is that the one that's been repainted? It might be the one that's been repainted. Come on, Nat. Government Falcon on approach to Norfolk. Bang! You do see the watch the horizontal stabilizers. Oh, he's talking about. I think he's talking about maybe the rudder. Do sometimes the engines. If the engines are a little bit out of sync, you might get a slight pull from one side where it's stronger, so before they level themselves out, so you have to make the tiny adjustments on the rudder, just a very small adjustment, and then you get her on the centre line. It's I mean, a 350 she just tracks perfectly straight, unbelievable. Philip Goodrich is a brand new member. Why do I know that? Welcome, Philip. Okay, well it's miles outside. Right, well then that's completely blown that whole thing out of the water, isn't it? Sight of that private jet going into Northolt. Of course, those tiny incremental rudder adjustments will also be inputted when you've got strong crosswinds, as an example. But generally, of course, the nose gear, the nose wheel, if you're using the rudder pedals, will continue to steer the nose. It will continue to turn up to around about 60 knots where it will lock. And because you've now got the wind being used, the airflow being used for stability with the rudder. Yeah, it is kind of flat calm. Windsock doing very little indeed. In fact, it was a little bit all over the place in terms of the forecast. Jedi plumber. Shiny engines, man. Soon to be blacked out by the soot that comes out these things, man. Some Singapore Airlines being delayed today, or is it not? Average delay around about 30 minutes. Yeah, I've got to say the quality on Microsoft Flight Sim is insane. Well, you've got any builds to thank for that as well. There are other developers, of course, who get involved. Many developers, as far as I'm aware. But this is incredible, right? Right. That's a tight turn. As you're cranking it right, apply a little bit of right-hand brake there to pull it round. Basically, it brakes the right-hand wheels, so it pulls it. It's a bit like anything, like a tractor trailer, like, you know, a digger where you apply more power on the right-hand side. Sometimes you can do that using the engines as well to turn the aircraft in a tight turn. But I find that making a brake on the side that you want to brake it, that you want to turn it, brakes the right-hand side of the mains, or the right-hand set of brakes, basically pulling the aircraft tighter to the line that you want. Works really well. I like it. I'm not a big fan of powering up the engine, although that's something that I might get used to in the future once I've completely dialed it. These are Trent 800s on this 777-200. Listen to the hum. Lovely mouses down here. Look. Look. Oh, nice. Yum, 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 mousies. Nice 220, man. Beautiful aircraft in it. Yeah, we had to ask for planning permission from Charles. setup. We had to relocate this tunnel. This tunnel complex. There's a number of different blisters and masts, but basically communications, satellite communications, Wi-Fi, all sorts of things going on there. But there are also multiple sensors along the fuselage as well, as you can see on the Dreamliner there. At the back there, you've got outdoor temperature sensors and all kinds of stuff going on. Oh, here he comes. You all right, mate? Streaming on the morning of the 16th from Perth. Oh, be careful, man. Okay, folks, learn how to spell rogue. R-O-G-U-E. Rogue. Before we start talking about rogues. So we do have two rogue arrivals, folks. Qatar and LL. Was it LL? Oh, Saudi Dreamliner, followed by the Qatar 380. And we're going to run VAR on these as well, folks. Follow the flight director. Positive rate, gear up. Wow, that was quite steep, man. He's going up quite steep. Aaron Ching is a brand new member. I think he was just saying hello from Singapore. There we go, Aaron Ching tuning in from Singapore. Good day to you, my friend. He's a brand new member. Welcome. Get involved in the chat, folks. If you're new to the channel, don't be shy. Come on in and say hello. We don't bite, and we're all very standby GP for VAR. He did float, man. He did float. Thanks, mate! You know, well, they all waiting down the road for me. All of a sudden, half the M25's going by. Hevs is a brand new member. Welcome, Hevs. No, it's not worthy. It needs to be heavy, mate. It needs to be heavy. It needs to be slammed up. Wade Perry, good day from Oz. Bird song in the background is sending my cat crazy. Yeah, that's the birds in the little wooded area. Videos enjoying the show. Lisa Stevens, Paul Brown. Here he comes. Here he comes. Can hear him. Wow. Now you know what? Autopilot could be going up around about now. I know it's crazy. Clear loud 09 right. So they're giving instructions. Off comes the autopilot. Maybe a little bit late on that one. Wow. All that weight being transferred, man. SkyTeam, two roads down there. Hevs. Oof. Nice. Get involved in the chat, folks. Get involved in the fat. Get involved in the chat. Don't. I'll get involved in any aviation-related, technical, mechanical conversation, flying, all that kind of stuff. The great thing is that we do have a great group of members here on the chat who get involved, who know their stuff as well. Lots of knowledgeable people. We of course rely quite heavily as well on the good old internet, because it does have a lot of information. But if you want to get involved, then please come and chat. Timothy Armitage has gifted a channel membership, and blimey, Bob Shalvoy has just gifted 20. So we're going to throw some memberships out there as well, folks. So hopefully it'll go to new members, if you know what I mean. But there's nothing you can do to control that at this stage. There you go. Simon Lewis. It's more like 35 tons, the main gear on the A380. The complete unit, outboard and the wing gear and the body gear weigh in at around about 35 tons. So you were about 50% out. Jill Blakeney, when planes come in on the departing runway, what makes them decide to do that? Well, it's more a case of keeping the traffic flowing, Jill. So, you know, because obviously Qatar are based at Terminal 4, so all they got to do is turn right at the end, saving taxiing time and also, you know, and fuel and so on and so forth, but also just kind of makes sense because they're over that side. Doesn't happen all the time, but generally find that the aircraft that come in on road are in the mornings from about, you know, from when the movements start, just to keep the traffic flowing. You'll find that especially between the hours of sort of like 6 till 9 or 8, the flow will be quite level in terms of arrivals on both runways, both northern and southern runways, just to reduce the amount of time that the aircraft are in holding stacks around the airfield, and therefore reducing the amount of time in the air and getting them down as close on time as they possibly can. Chirping bird. Take the weight off. Afterburner, thank you. There's Afterburner. He's a Pratt & Whitney man. Knows all his stuff. Thank you for your tech specs as well, Afterburner. Really appreciate that. Always appreciate stuff like that. It'll be a good read on the plane. Okay, so it must have been him going in, was it? And now he's coming out again. Rotate on this trip. Stabilised. Well, rotate. Hear the air rushing past you now when you're in the air. Positive rate, gear up, up come the gear. Follow the flight director, the green crosses in the middle of the screen that's in front of you, which got your speed to your speed. Oh, speed to your left, altitude to your right. Basically fly the aeroplane by just monitoring that flight director, which is the horizon basically, which is the artificial horizon in simple terms that they used to have back in the old days. And there's one for the first officer, one for the captain, and of course there's one in the middle as well, which is the backup horizon. Yes. I think we've got somebody called Bruce who's watching today. And it's his 87th birthday. A very happy birthday to you, Bruce. Have a great day, mate. Enjoy. And thanks for your support as well. Saying that Rolls-Royce are responsible for, or were responsible for the hot end of the engine, or at least maybe even just the combustor on the I-80. There were a number of different Chinese were involved in it. It's got a lot of fuel there. Look at her wings bowing under the weight. See how much negative the outboard section of the wings got there, folks. It's not so much fuel, it's just literally the weight of the component itself. There's no tip tanks, as far as I'm aware, on the 380, although there are tanks in the horizontal stabilisers. But I don't think they ever use it. Look at the size of the pipe coming out of the auxiliary power unit. Just massive, isn't it? Fire it up! It's all relative. Aircraft size, the number of engines required, of course, no doubt about it. This thing will not be capable of flying on 2 engines. Although saying that, it probably could fly, well, I don't know, in terms of its, no, it probably couldn't fly. Wow, she's heavy, man. Look at her go, mate. You can fly in the cruise potentially with 2 engines, but whoa, blimey, what's going on? Is that a wing wave? Stable the old, whoa, look at that big turn there, man. Nice. Nice, like that. Climb, baby, climb. 14, never been on the top deck of the 380. Yeah, you know what? I prefer the bottom deck, I have to say, because it's just more hands-on on the bottom deck. You feel everything moving. You hear those big sliders moving on the flat. Power, force, shuddering those elevators. Screaming Emu, yeah, a little bit of wake turbulence potentially for a 380, surprising. But then again, you know, if it's all formed in the right way, there's no reason why it can't react to a little bit of wake from a 777, that's for sure. Screaming Emu, there's one of our pilots, folks, tuning in with Jetblue out in Boston. HGC London climb out shots. Charlie Morgan overhead to my left. Is it? Gary Sibthorpe, SQ317, late out today. Lucy Gardner, lucky enough to fly business on QF380 to LA, and now it has ruined me for long haul flights in economy. It does that, I tell you. Yes. It's like, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about there. Once you've flown in, you know, I mean, I've had a number of occasions where I've flown out in business, or if I've been upgraded, or premium economy even, and I'll fly back in economy. It is so true. Steve Stevens, good afternoon. Well, the colours vibrant today. Well, probably because it's sunny, mate. Let's see that. Got the second mic running as well, folks. If you're wondering where all the extra noise is coming from, that's the extra mic that we have running closer to the runway entry point. '21 transatlantic slot game. Training date to be determined. Wow! Congratulations, Screaming Emu. Well, it's either TBA or TBC, isn't it? Yes, that's exactly it. To be determined. Gigi can to getting a bed on a 787 is such a luxury. Yeah. See El Al coming in on the northern runway. That would normally, well, not normally, but sometimes come in as a rogue arrival. CFM 56 engine. Don't see many of these at Heathrow anymore now, do we really? Apart from the odd A320 and a few 737s and stuff like that. New merch site is under construction, folks. And it's looking good, but Julie needs time to work on it. So, you know, have a little patience. Matthew Trainer is a brand new first class member. Welcome, Matthew. Good to see you. Jane Rustling has gifted a channel membership, and Steve Owens gifted 5 channel membership. Thanks, Steve. No. Because there's so many elements of it that you want to show, if you know. Harry's saying that the 380 Slinger is taxiing. Sorry to cut away from that 350, but tiny little GE sticker on the engine. Hello. What's going on with the little Joey, mate? Facing the wrong way, that's for sure. Jason Smith, loving the Thai colours. Oh, good. So, yeah, it's just ridiculous. It's two. Jazz now calls Air Canada Cato. It's just literally. So this is the lead picture. Tony Bagwell tuning in from Maui, Hawaii. Someone's having a race with someone, aren't they? Wait for me! I can't, mate. I've got a job to do, got somewhere to be. Hold on a minute. He's definitely catching it. Must be, maybe I don't know. No, around So I know for sure that this is the lead. Kuwait overhead to China. It's probably one of those now. In fact, I think it's the one behind. It's got something written underneath it. That's the on that. I don't really know. Just getting Bluebird off to Marrakesh. Look at this. Two aircraft with similar colour schemes. Ish. One's gold, one's yellow. of tea, thank you. Screaming Emu, take care, have a good day. Brett Myerscough. Oh yeah, just approaching just above Reading. Wow, there she is, man. On the turn as well, look at that. That's just above Reading right now. I'll tell you what, I think we're on, are we on for a bit of a cruiser funky shot here? I'm just looking at that one there. Yeah. Thinking that these two guys are about to meet. Are they? Will they? Should they? Can they? Come on, Bill. Come on. Come on. Come on. Yeah! Aha! I called it, man. I called it. That was just the ultimate funk shot, wasn't it? Do it, do it. I've been doing it so long now, I can see the trajectory of Meadow and I can see it happening. Just right at that jumbo, just can you see it glinting? You see that? What the hell is that? No, it's moving so slowly. It's gone. It's gone. No, there it is. It's still there. It's a balloon, mate. It's a balloon. It's a balloon. There's something. It's rotating. It's rotating. No. Really stupid flipping balloons that people get. Yorkshire ice. Ice lolly. So yeah, good. Yeah, you know. Might be worthy of a post, yeah. Me and my cat went to the washroom door to see what was going on. Just visions in the end then. The cat like, what, where, what? Oh, right, okay. That doesn't happen, you know, cats don't run in unison with a human, do they? They always run either, well, usually in front. Get a big lump, but no big pack. You can't I'll do VAR on that because it'll be like as it goes over the top. So potentially in the future, folks, we could see these aircraft being re-engined with a new variant called the Rolls-Royce Ultra Fan. Probably add another 10% more efficiency. Oh, here comes the Austrian mob, Jilly. See who's flying that one today. Go on, son. Engineering, Kev saying. Split rudder on the 380. They're linked right now. Thanks for the info. Gatwick for next stop, Changi Airport, Singapore, Westjet. Listen to these Pratt & Whitney 4000s. I don't know if the second mic's going to pick it up. You might hear a very odd, awkward metal to metal sound as they shut the valves off on these things. Very sort of like does happen when they're either entering the runway or when they're waiting. At some point, their transponder will switch off. I don't know if that's a physical switch off or if it's just something that is just. There it is. course, you've got family flying out on the Doha 380 later. Hopefully there isn't a runway switch. There won't be. Mom. Come on, Marmite. Hello. Here we come. Indeed it is. BEA 787-400. I'm pretty sure. Oh, go round. That's twice that we've had that. It's almost like watching last week's show, for God's sake. That's crazy. And it was the same plane as well. Yeah, yeah. How crazy is that? Hungary, 3:38 a.m. Oh, is it Sea Winkle written on that side of that plane? Right, okay. Now this guy's using his engine power to steer as well. Is it a potential fucking cruiser shot there? I don't know. I don't know. Hello, mate. Oh, what's up? Not far off. Not far off. A340 cruiser northeast. Heading to the east. If that's the case, then a little bit flat for them, I'm afraid. Job task another position for 9 departures. night, Cape Town. Hey, how's it? Corn beef roll up, cup of tea and jelly. Sunday sorted. Terrible South Africa. It's great, man. The flight sim is so accurate that you hear the nose wheel hitting the centre line lights. Ding, 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 ding. It's brilliant, man. Eric Tida, Austrian 320 takes off. Is about to land. GMC, yeah. Don't let your anxiety ramp up. I would just say embrace it and look forward to it. I'm not putting the mic any closer to my mush, man. I'm not doing it. I'm just. It's perfectly okay. Is the old mic over here? Let me just check in and see that he's facing in the right direction. He's all good. It's getting JetBlue 321NX to JFK. Not even an XLR. Amazing, isn't it? It's not. Oh, okay. Have you? Yeah, but then other people can be like, well, what have you done with the sound of the engines? Okay, you can't. Yeah. Coconut shells. Baked bean tins. Cheryl Howard, all the birds are lining up for their 5 minutes of fame. Tweet, tweet, tweet. That's funny, man. All the birds are ganging up on the mic. Simon Dinsmore, nice and clean, the Jetblue. Yes, I can hear myself fine, mate. Turn your bleeding volume up or something, because Jilly's just played back my audio and I can hear myself absolutely fine, folks. So if you're having problems hearing me, then I don't know. I don't know. I just don't know, really. No. Okay, I'll tell you what, pause it, and yeah, because otherwise it's just we're gonna spend the whole afternoon talking about the bloody mic. Because everyone's a professional and everyone's a, Cargo Lux 747 coming from the southeast, yeah. We've got 5,100 people watching right now, folks, and we've got 4 people saying that they can't. It's just, yeah. So you know, we're all good. Trying to link it with the engine spool. Here we go. What would be the point in having that other mic? Sam Robson watching on MetaQuest. Massive planes and massive Jerry. Lift to go around that thing, second attempt. There we go, Steve Stevens, thank you. Delta SkyTeam 777-400, nice. Hot rod. Thanks everybody, thanks for your feedback, members and subbies as well, really appreciate it. Can't be trailing. Rake on that thing, man. Isn't that crazy how the nose just looks so much lower than the back end? Heathrow all day, good afternoon. Jones, thank you. Roger Breaker. Philip Lowry, literally, the thrust passing the stabilisers causing the shape. Roger Breaker saying, yes, the engine thrust, the power from those, from the engines. Of course, it has to bypass or go past the horizontal stabilisers, and that's where you get the shuddering. Depends on the power set of the engines, really, but generally that's what causes it. Thanks, everyone. Odette Hull, good afternoon to you. Michael K. Ian Morrison, Kev. Head on 747s. There. That's got to be the cargo lux, isn't it? $37,000 feet. Trading, mate. There's one long range over there, but that's not Jumbo, is it? Oh yeah, it is. That's the Magma. Yeah, he's not trading. That's right. They're going to see each other though. That's another company that I contacted, based at Gatwick. Magma Aviation. Initial contact was positive. Yeah, sounds great. I don't think these guys really, really much appreciate the opportunities that are there. They just get on with their jobs and do their thing. And yeah. Unless you've got an owner who's really very loves their aviation, or who's passionate about showing off as well. Who? Yeah, Fract. Yeah, but that was one person from Fract who was really passionate about it. But he's left, hasn't he? He's left. That's right. He did. Yeah, he did. Tapare, that cargo lux jet. It's a Dash 8 from Dallas to Luxembourg. This is the A330-900, the Neo, with the big new engines on it, and all new wing as well as I'm guessing other changes and modifications. Aaron Thomas, there's a C5 duo pursuit, a Galaxy. nice looking jet. Look at that wing, man. Look at those wings flexing. Look at that. Once they're at full flex, it's as much flex as a Dreamliner. Easily, easily. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful, man? Beautiful. You should see quite a lot of shudder from the horizontal stabs. Shot of the day. Interesting. Two axles. US Air Force KC-135 tanker Scorpion 7700 circling Norwich at 10 fares and feet. Interesting. See the raked wingtip. Mate, how much longer the wing is compared to a curved shark clit style wingtip. Camera son. There we go. Okay. Meanwhile, down on the ground, big old chunky monkey GE90-115B with the smallest sticker in the world. It's no point in putting it on there, isn't it? Looks like a T-tail. I can't see because of the glare I've got, but I don't know if you guys can see that. It looks like it looked like a T-tail, just looking at the not a T-towel, a T-tail. There's something big coming my way, flipping it from east. Yeah, Kevlar, I've spotted that one. Don was saying that was the C5. Yeah, it was the Galaxy. Hev's invisible for a little minute yet. Phil T, yeah, it was just a T-tail that I saw, and knowing that we had one in the vicinity. Yeah. '17th Mustang, 777 off to Vienna. She walks freezing breath on the wind. Started it. You started it. No, someone on the chat. This 777 going to Vienna. Donald Pungawi saying great sounding. Good. Glad you're enjoying the extra mic, folks. Now with extra sound, the Sunday Show. It's a 400 in it. stickers. What's that? General Electric what? We save our stickers for what? Yes. Nice old Sri Lankan 330 moving up to the line. Cheryl Howard loving the overheads. Yeah, coming through loud and clear now. Fly SSC from Frankfurt, nice catch. Phil T, jumbo heaven overhead today, yes it is. Low lander, thank you. Try my best, mate. Brett Marskoff capturing some fantastic overhead footage today. Oh, I love my overhead stuff. Always keen to do that. Oh. Harry. As Harry's saying, could be 2 7s at 3 p.m. Looking at the wind. Well, look, you know what? At the moment, oh, sorry, that's the wrong one. Yeah, it's definitely it was all over the place, wasn't it? On the forecast yesterday. Big old bruiser turning up behind him, look. Another hot rod as well. Oh no, it's a 330 mile per hour. Well, it's kind of still a hot rod, isn't it? It's got a rate like a 7.6. The old 330. Look at the way that the back set of windows, folks, literally goes up in a curve. Look at that, and that is to maximise the amount of space they've got in the hold underneath for freight. And it is, if you go on an A330 and you walk from, if you look from that back, from that door, the number 3 door, backwards, you can definitely see a curve of the floor going up. Thanks, Kev. Airline photo, wind is variable at 3 knots. Yeah, definitely variable right now. Baker, unmistakable 115B spooling up on the line. Wow, glad you could hear it. WRW code is a brand new member. Welcome, WRW. Going to be joining us in Perth in about a week, if you fancy it. And that's our next major trip, folks, is Perth, Australia. Airline photo, yes indeed, all over the place. Oh, listen to this. Squid out is gifted a channel member. Shit. Thank you, Squirrel. CF6 engine, unmistakable by that big extended cone on the back there. See that cone there? Exhaust airflow direction component. Mark Barr's gifted a channel membership. Thanks, mate. Here we go. Smith, I don't think you'll find, no, all 330s are the same. The nose will have an adjustable strut. No. Left the DJI on GP and it was boiling. Only the screen though. Right. Slide that door open and he'll come running, mate. Or maybe trotting, or maybe slowly waltzing. I don't know. Blinky eyes and everything. Eagle Atlanta, amazingly how many people close the window blinds during takeoff and landing. Oh, it does annoy me. Especially when we can't get a window seat, and the window seat, when I get on and the person in the window seat is just not interested at all. You've got a beautiful view of the wing and maybe the back of the wing where you can see all the flaps moving, see the ground rushing past. Not interested. Not interested. Why do you get an aisle seat, mate? Let's get a window seat for. Hey? Miserable. Alex Coop. Thank you, mate. Oh, okay. Well, Alex, just listen a bit harder. I mean, that my voice is obviously drowned out when the engines are loud on the second mic, because that's just the way it is. But I do try to time it as best I can so that you get the spool up, and then when aircraft are just moving, that's when I'll talk, that kind of thing. I mean, don't get me wrong. Once you're in the cruise, yeah, it depends on what side of the what side of the aircraft the sun is. When you're in the cruise, there's nothing more than somebody having the window open, and the sun is. I've had numerous times where somebody over the other side of the cabin has got a window open. Must be terrible for the person sitting next to them, but the sun is like glinting off of everything, and it's very annoying. When everyone's trying to sleep is what I'm talking about. Damn! Gail Anderson loves a window seat. We all do, don't we? All us lot. Anyway. Oh, is he? Oh, where did he come from? Oh, he must have been fast asleep. Yeah, was he? Watch for the big plumes of blackness coming from the engines on this 350, folks. They're notorious for being very oil burnery. So, BEA no wingtips on this one, mate. Well, not any wingtip devices, should I say. This is one of the old 777s. Very, very old. Walk the stick and everything. Real Martin W. Good afternoon to you. Ian Morrison, Mark Atkins, Rab H. Oh, a little bit of wake there, man. I think that's because they're taking off into a tailwind as well, folks. It's definitely a tailwind now. Or a tailwind element. Wings of metal, 25 years old, that jet. Nick Fishenden, 3D eye mask, yes. 3D eye mask is an absolute necessity, certainly for me, since I first bought one on Amazon. Very cheap, folks. It just means that there's you know, if you wear a normal eye mask and your eyebrows, your eyelashes get all, you know, mixed up with the, not mixed up, but you know, they clash with the material. With and these 3D ones that you can get, there's literally a ridge running around the edge of the eye mask, allowing your eyes to sit in almost like a set of goggles, but nothing like that, if you see what I mean. Well, to be honest with you, Alex, just so long as you can hear me, that's the main thing, isn't it? You don't want me shouting in your ear like that, do you? And of course, we have set the other mic up so that you get a good airful of engine power. Because if I didn't have it, I guarantee you, as it was before, everybody would be saying, great position, love the shots, shame we can't hear the engines. So you can never win, basically. Go to all that trouble of setting up another mic and people are complaining. He's not complaining, but you know what I mean. Just ruined everyone's ears there. I mean, if you want, I can just hold it up to my mouth like that for the whole day, really, and could just speak like that, really. All a bit of that. Ellis Chernoff sounds good too. It's another pilot, folks. Pilot from yesteryear. Flew the classics, DC-8s. DC-10s, 727s. Oh, now I can't wait to get myself in a flight deck with all analog instruments. That's going to be an interesting one, and I guess they've got that on the 707, so that's going to be fun. But I need to really get myself fully set up on, is that a Qatar 350? Coming out. Is this the McDonald's drive-thru? DJ at a wedding. Tracy Adkin. Oh, this poor fella's obviously lost. Look, that's the second time he's walked past me. He was walking in the other direction just now. He's obviously got all the way to the end there, gone. It's a shame, isn't it, that, you know, that's the third Finnair jet that's gone out this morning. 350, 321 and 321. I do see, interestingly enough, quite a lot of times people walking past this position and other places randomly around the airport with suitcases and everything. I'm like, where are you going? Because I think they've miscalculated how they get from one terminal to another. It must be. Maybe that guy's trying to get from Terminal 5 to Terminal 4, but he needs to realise there's an underground service that runs through to there, doesn't it? Or a bus, whichever he wants to do. eyes are scan destroyers. Oh, I guess he's not a big fan of that. That was a point, actually. I did ask Johnny if the 350 had the head-up display on the MSF. MFS, isn't it? Sorry, MFS, not MSF. Oh. Is the Pope all right? No, he's not being well. Yes, very true. Can't make the Finnair joke today. Sky's too clear. Listen to those ex-W beams rolling away. Engines at about 20% at start. Yes, Rab, thank you. How true is that? Mind you, I'm gearing up. I've got to get a silly app. I've got a silly app, but I need to get another one. Of course, Factor 94. Going places. Share price go any bleeding higher is the question. Been in the milk bar, this one. Paul Brown asking for a shot Concord. You can, my friend, just let me finish this and then I'll yeah, it's just easier to manage in 1060, isn't it? 1080 60. You can't do 4K at 60, can you? You do 4K at 30. 25 frames per second. So. Oh, well, look at us, 4K, la-di-da, and all that. It doesn't. Nick Fishenden, any updates on Project Sunrise? Well, they're still building the aeroplane, aren't they? I don't think that the Project Sunrise jet has actually been built. I think it's going to be a little bit later than originally planned. There you go, mate. There she is. And of course, I will be doing Concorde in the Microsoft Flight Sim as well. Or in the sim. I'm just going to call it the sim now. I'm not going to pull that tongue stuff with Microsoft Sim. Yeah, I don't quite know what. I mean, obviously it's still going ahead, Project Sunrise. I know that like I say, there are delays to the service. But I think that's just down to the delay of the aircraft being delivered. They're using a standard 1000 as well, as far as I'm aware, but she does have extra tanks being, or that are being. It's the XLR, isn't it? It's funny because I remember reading an article a long time ago from somebody at Airbus who said we don't need. We can do the trip on the normal set in the normal 1000. We don't need a we don't need extra tanks fitted, but it transpires that apparently they do, or they are fitting extra tanks. Climb rate. Nice steady climb rate. Now she's going into a big, steep climb. $330, maybe. BA might grab hold of a couple of XLRs. Something starting his engines. Has to line out glitches. It's the case with everything new, isn't it? Maybe they should have waited a little longer to. Okay, now what's going on? So that went back to gate, didn't it? Earlier on, and I'm guessing, is he turning? Transponder is not on, apparently. Malcolm Clinton has gifted 10 channel memberships. Thank you, Malcolm. Carol has upgraded to first class. And Jill Margaret, welcome to first class, Jill. Oh, no? Okay. We are indeed coming to Perth. Now, is he turning? He's coming towards us. Come on, mate. Oh, don't know though. Don't know. What's going on? Where's he going? Where are we going, mate? You need to turn right. There we go. There we go. Here she comes. What's that, Skip? You had somebody on board who did what? Oh, I'm not sure I can repeat that, Skip. Fly SSC, 17 hours fly SSC. 1-7. Loud and clear, Sue. Richard the road. Don't do the DJ mic again. Scotty 2's got her flaps configured. Got clean, beautifully clean 777. these guys must have gone through some massive cleaning campaign. Maybe someone's finally got up and said, right, man, we can't be flying around with these dirty aeroplanes. We're a bleeding flag carrier, for crying out loud. Okay, apparently we've got 2 rogue arrivals, folks. Saudia 121 777-300 and Saudia 109 787-9, given 9 right for arrivals. Got a great sighting of Pinky when we were doing waiting for a plane last week. I don't know if you saw that, folks, but that was quite funny. Just randomly out of nowhere, Pinky came driving past. Brilliant. Good old Pinky. Rab H, awesome sounds, brilliant. I love that kind of feedback, man. It's what I like. It's the second row, possibly the Qatar 350. No, 787-9. 777-300 first, 787-9 second in. Absolutely. Thomas, Qantas not on flight radar 24 yet. Well, I'm sure whatever problem they had has now been dealt with. I don't think it was any kind of technical issue. I think it was well, I don't know. Maybe it was a minor technical issue. Could have been a passenger issue. Of course, they've got until they literally reach the entry point of the runway before the pilots are in a state to say, sorry, but we're going. We've got to deal with it when we're in the air, and if we have to turn around, divert, do whatever we have to do, we'll do it then. Not now, when we're sort of like... That's why when you're turning onto the runway, you hear that doom, 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 which is basically the call sign from the pilots from the flight deck to indicate to the flight crew, the cabin crew, don't disturb us, we're taking off now. Cabin crew prepare for takeoff. It's more for landing, isn't it, really? Do that. green fingers. Does anyone else enjoy watching cockpit videos? Also great for nervy flyers when you see the amount of cross checks. You've got to be confident that in the knowledge that these guys up front have got hours and hours and thousands of hours of flying these jets. But not just that, folks, they are checked as well on a regular basis. They have full of A380. How far out is that Saudia? Choice. Got some skills turning that thing later too. Welcome, mate. Thanks for coming. Yeah, I wouldn't, trust me, I don't mind if there's a cold snap down in Perth when I get there. I don't have a problem with that. A sudden cold front comes in or something, you know. Not cold, but, you know, cloudy, I don't know. I think this Qantas jet is just standing by because that was a low departure from the 380. She's going to be putting a lot of weight, leaving a lot of weight behind her. Right, we ready to go? Let's bloody go, mate. To New York, that's 747 over the top. How was that for sound, folks? How was that for sound? miles, 13. So that's on. That's joined the ILS, fully established. 10 miles out. Continue. I'll tell you what's another good thing. Is he on the chat now? Did you say YKPH? YPPH, okay. Nothing to do with up north, mate. Sounds great. Jill Perry, flex. Yeah, we go flex on the throttles as well. That's flex takeoff. So you're going through the gate basically, as they did on the old Lancasters back in the day, when they had to kick the superchargers in. Basically, flex is the equivalent of the supercharger kicking in. Extra power, going flex power. Love it, love it. Sounds fantastic, Brett Myerscough. Joe Madden, down here. Wonderful sound tapperade. Rogue inbound. Rogue, not Rouge, for God's sake. R-O-G-U-E. Remember it, write it down on a bit of paper or something. R-O-G-U-E, not Rouge. Or they winding me out. Lagged a bit there, I think. Will we ever get a Rogue Rouge, Julie? Highly unlikely, I would have thought. Lush jet, very cool. Phil T, that sounded ace. Cool, man. It was actually, John D said there was actually a Concord Tower in Birmingham. Actually, a Concord Tower in Birmingham on the old Spitfire factory in the Castle Vale Astain Cemetery. Still standing the old Spitfire factory and they turn it into flats. Thank you, Yorkshire lass. Yorkshire Yass. Thank you. yourself a membership, mister. You come in and discuss that kind of thing, because that's a good discussion point, and I would be more than happy to discuss that. Sorry, I thought that was the road behind me. Lovely old 767 making his way out there. Listen out for these engines when he makes his way up to the line, folks. 7 miles, Phil T, thank you. He'll be going through 1,000 feet right now, something maybe even less than that. Barry Quinlan has gifted 5 channel memberships. Thank you, Barry. Still a little bit above that, around about 1,300 feet. But I think that Flight Radar 24 is a bit laggy with the altitude and the positioning of the aircraft, because if you actually look, I mean, I've got the blue dot right there. She's at 1,000, just passing through 1,000 feet on Flight Radar, but I think that's lower than that. I'll see what height she's at. It might be lagged the other way actually. 700 feet. It's actually the other way round. I think it's a little bit higher than it's showing on, or is it 200 feet? She should be right with us now. No, man, she's at 110 feet. Yeah, that's this. See what I mean? Now look at it on Flight Radar at the moment. It's at 0 feet and still at around about 150, 200 feet. Aircraft and airport noises, aren't they? Yeah. It's airport noises. You expect vehicles to be driving around an airport. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Split scimitar. It's not really, is it? It's no, it's a direct western, isn't it? Scotty Ambrose, welcome, Scotty, to first class. GML has just gifted 5 channel memberships. Thanks, mate. Scotty Ambrose is a returning member. Listen to this 767. Love this planes. Jill Perry, the sounds create the feeling that we're there with you, Jill. Oh, I thought it was a 346 for a minute, look. Possibly, yeah. Joanna B, old school sounds, there we go. That's just what you want to hear in it. Oh, Avro, has Avro gifted as well? I'd say Avro has gifted 10 memberships. Thank you, Avro. Yeah, I've got Barry and I've got GML as well. I just missed Avro. Thanks, Avro. Phil T, 767 proves the point. Just pure old school. Multi-bladed engines. Unfortunately, the Trent 700s aren't quite that way, but they're still decent. I mean, these IAEs as it's creeping up to the line sounds pretty cool as well. YPPH plane guy, there he is from Perth. Looking forward to hopefully meeting you, mate. Cheese toasted with him or something. Good to see you, mate. Thank you so much. And we're very much looking forward to coming out of Perth. Well, this time next week we'll be waiting for a plane. How about that? They replaying them then. Tristan Reynolds giving a shout out, thanking them for the membership. If you have been gifted memberships, folks, especially those members who are not new to the channel, please come in and thank your gifter. I think was it giftor in it, your giftor, yes. Please say thank you. It's polite to do so. I appreciate that some people are gifted membership and they're not even here and they're out somewhere else. Right, listen to these Trent 700s. No tap rate. 767 also runs BEA. 767 CF6 as well, and no, it's the 330 that's got the no 767, but no Pratt & Whitney PW2000. No, yes, PW4000 on the triple. Joe Bailey, the sounds of like AAX in the 60s and 70s. There you go. never hear another bad word said about it. Stuart, 767s use a variation of engines, including the General Electric CF6, there we go, Rolls-Royce RB211s. Yes, of course, British Airways jets had the RB211s. They did, didn't they? Pratt & Whitney JT90 and PW4000s. There you go. Of course, I forget leading Rolls-Royce RB211, the good old RB211. The 747's saviour, well, certainly in the early days when the Pratt & Whitneys just kept burning up. Now listen to the long, lengthy spool of these engines, folks. Obviously it's some kind of design in the engine to maximise the efficiency of the engine and keep it on wing for longer. But it has a very lengthy spool up. Listen to it. Listen. Well, I have a quick slosh of coffee. First class at that. Thank you, James. Good morning and good afternoon wherever you are. Trish has gifted 5 channel memberships. Please get involved in the chat, folks. If you've got any questions or any input, feel free. All my members come up in green, so I will see your chat if I don't miss it, that is. Cheetah's sister pushing back, taxiing towards Jerry shortly, flight number OS462. That aircraft making that noise, man. That rumble is that aircraft. Wow. Isn't that a beautiful profile, folks, of any aircraft? Really goes to show, apart from the Dreamliner, all the aircraft that sit here on the ground and their wings are relatively flat, like that. Look at that wing.
and then you see the aerodynamic flex. Beautiful, man. Giving it a shout out to whomever. These are the Pratt & Whitney PW4000s, folks. And I only know that because of that lining there. See the green lining? Michael White, I think it's just the specific material. It's a Kevlar lining, which basically is the material is specific for if there was to be any sort of like issue with one of the fan blades, it basically acts as a barrier between the fan casing and the outside of the engine, from debris spitting out, literally. I think obviously there are other types of ink that's used for the fan casing itself, but Bill, we'll have to see about any road trips that we do. Obviously, you know, we want to make sure the first thing we need to do is secure a good location, make sure that all the everything works. It's Australia, so Ginny kind of knows the deal with the SIM cards and all that kind of stuff. So we've got that side covered, hopefully. Yes, to prevent uncontained failure, yes, you're right. as something that might happen at customs, Jilly. I might get pulled up for that speeding fine that they never contacted me about. I reckon the geezer just said it what he had to say because. If you get a speeding fine, yeah, from another country and you don't pay it goes on the system. So next time you're there, you will be pulled up about it. Definitely. In the customs hall. But we haven't received anything, so if you haven't received anything. Me watching TV programmes? How very dare you. Yeah, Ian, very true. It's a long way to go to be refused entry. This bloke was sent back on the next available plane to London. But Jilly, on the other hand, was allowed to carry on with her holiday. Oh, all right then. Qatar A380 on radar, put skilling, thank you. Low rider. How low that thing is to the ground. It's insane, isn't it? So far today, just 2 aircraft with CFM power. 3 737s, both of them. Here we go. Leave it on this other one. Got these 2 fellas who obviously don't know what's going on. Alright, fella? Yeah, alright? Oh, right, yeah. Oh, have you not? There's a CAD number out. Yeah, I do, yeah. Hold on, I'm just going to turn this off. Thanks, mate. Take care, all the best. See ya. It's a good job, isn't it? It's a good job for the police to come out, just double check. I thought that was what the CAD number was for, but there we go. Might fancy a little walk, you never know, do you? I would have. Something to do, something different, isn't it? Driving around all day. Oh, there's another Austrian jet coming out. And that's what it's for as well. That's the good thing about having the relationship that you do with Heathrow, the security teams, the police. You do it all right and above board. And that's why I've got a great relationship with Nats as well. Because I don't flunk the law, literally, of broadcasting ATC in the UK. People do listen to it on scanners, but in terms of broadcasting it to a live audience is against the law. Therefore, you're required to all be removed. Yeah, it's a good job that they're doing their job. Yeah, it's a good job they're doing the job, yeah. At idle listening pairs, you should hear a hum. You might pick it up on that second mic actually. In your face. And also on your right, you should hear an Etihad Dreamliner pulling into position. It's interesting, isn't it? Because something you don't notice very often is the turn, the upturn of the Dreamliner wing tip. See how curved it is? It's a beautiful piece of technology. Is the oh, he's going out intersect. Oh no, yeah, he is. Or soon it's going to be 2 o'clock, mate. It's going to start doing 2 o'clocks and stuff like that, because that will be 6. That will be 6 o'clock, and that will be also for the CX departure as well, won't it? Potentially.
Rab saying that was epic. Real Martin saying noisy that one. Yeah, the 350s, man, I'm telling you. Especially BA. Don't know if give it a load of welly. Nice one, Alex. Just got your message. Nice to meet you, fans. Just so long as it doesn't get all cranky. Gordon Freeman, lovely engine noise. Yeah, well, that's what it's supposed to do. Can we move the horses here, Michael White? Yeah. Well, that's okay. If you know what it is, then yeah. Right, yes, I see. Yes, I see. Right, when I'm talking, sometimes the trolleys go by, and they're overpowering, is what you're saying. Okay, we got you. Can you open up trolley radar, Jilly, please? Trolley coming, don't talk. Captain Bob, never seen a Pico, I think he means Pito, tube at 90 degrees before on that Dreamline. 90 degrees as in it comes out and then goes 90 degrees forward, doesn't it, the Pito? Or are you talking about a Pito that comes out, doesn't go forward? The old Pitos, I mean, some different designs and all that. What Captain Bob is talking about there, folks, is the Pito tube. Difficult to see on the smaller when we get a bigger aircraft, but basically there are sensors, different parts of the aircraft, angle of attack sensors, and the Pito tube, which is a speed sensor. I think that's the maybe the angle of attack sensor there. There, it does look like that. I know what you're saying, Simon Dinsmore. It does, doesn't it? How very rude. Oh, it's frozen. Is it frozen? Has the feet gone dead? You joking? Hey? What are you talking about? How long for? How long was that like that for then? Oh, okay. Yeah. So we're going to start, as the days get longer, folks, we're going to starting later in the day, so that, you know, there's a lot of you go out to work and, you know, like to come home, put your feet up and watch a bit of Big Jet TV. And of course we've got the longer it goes into the afternoon, the more international stuff you get going out as well. There are peaks and troughs, basically. And of course we'll always have, I think, more or less pretty regularly, there's a 747 going out in the evening. Obviously that's not going to be for quite a few months yet, but just to give you guys a heads up that you know, and that, you know, works in the favour also of our friends all the way down in the Far East, you know, and also you know, in terms of the next morning, should I say, you know. But we'll also do some early morning stuff as well. I know, interestingly enough, we did discuss this, that we thought that we didn't get that much interest from people for early morning stuff, but it does, as it was proved on a recent show where we did it crack of dawn. Sunrise shows are pretty damn good as well, man. Steam train just gone by. This is the one you called landing earlier, isn't it? It does work well for USOs too. I just like to try and appeal to everybody, really. Tracy submitted an app request for the sign. Okay. Oh. Okay. Oh, Cheetah, my sister's plane was missed. Cheetah, you've got to come on and keep saying she's taxiing, she's taxiing. Oh, did he? Oh, I'm sorry, mate. Which... Oh. Cheetah, tell your sister I'm very, very sorry. Just slap yourself on the wrist. Did you hear that? Dave EGBK is a new member. Welcome, Dave. Crack of dawn without your time, 2 in the morning my time. Yeah, no, and understandably so. I mean, we do get a lot of people who like the early morning chorus of aeroplanes in their lugholes, and of their visual delight. Oh, look at this coming out. Is it the full deal? No, it's not. Or is it? Has it got the pinstripe underneath? It has. Look, wow, nice. It's my favourite Air India jet, that, folks. Don't tell them I said that. But that's the way it is. was it? Oh, it cut out, did it? Oh, I don't know what's worse, me missing it or it cutting out when we're filming it. Probably the latter. Turbofans on the market, isn't it? The GE90, really? I mean, it's been out for many, many years now, hasn't it? It's had its problems, but that was in the very, very early days. But it didn't last long before it was. Oh, look at this poor fella here. Look, he's got his plaster on his engine. Paul Skilling, thanks mate, he's gifted a channel membership. Timothy Armitage, 27 left at 3 p.m. Is Timothy Armitage saying that, or has he found out? Has Heathrow Noise put a post out? Double check that for me. WRW code, loving KLM's blue. Yeah, I'll tell you what, WRW code, we saw the 320neo in 321neo in earlier. Absolutely beautiful, lovely looking aeroplane. Nicer than the 737, I've got to say. 737s, but wow, look at that. Now this is a dirty aeroplane. Look at the state of this. We've seen some really pristine, in fact the one behind it is absolutely pristine. Seems like all their 200s have had a big wash, but look at the state of that dirty old there. Look at the state of your plasters all on your bleeding engines, stains all over your trousers. Bart's gifted a channel membership as well. Thank you, Mark. Now, I think that 777 is holding station because I don't know why they can't sort the wheels out on those things, but anyway, it is what it is. Look at this lovely, clean, beautifully clean. It's like a 777-200. Looks fresh out the paint shop, mate. Amazing how well they scrub up, isn't it, eh? Beta Bud has gifted a channel membership. Thank you, Beta. That's very kind. always a heat haze, even in the middle of bleeding winter there's a heat haze on the runway, funny enough. I mean, obviously nothing is dramatic, that's what we're seeing here, but this position can get a bit dodgy in the height of summer, but it's still always dramatic with the lineups. Of course, we haven't been over to the courtyard for ages. There's going to be loads of people who are new to Big Jet TV, don't even know half of the positions we've got around Heathrow. Flex on that wing, folks. Look at it. How crazy is that? Somewhere in the region of 15 metres. Or was it 15 feet? 15 feet maybe, not 15 metres. Yeah, 11 feet is the wingtip height on the 767. Foot flex. 15 meters. Come on. Do you know what I'm definitely going to have to do? So, I'm going to have to study, look at, and understand. I know I do understand. Like 270 is direct. Yes. So it's all the ones in between, do you know what I mean? KLM 380 right there for a second. Fair point, Brian. Leave the colours, take all that silly wording off. Destination Dubai. Just put the Emirates, I don't know, yeah. I know, man, I know. Shut across the bows. DHL A300 for Leipzig just pushing back. Oh, she'll come out onto Sierra. Oh, there she is, man. Isn't she beautiful? Oh, boom, there you go, look at that. Careful, Mike, I've got to put the washing machine on. They're the GPWs on this aircraft, folks. General Electric Pratt & Whitney Engine Alliance 7200 engine. And I think that might... these guys run both the Rolls-Royce power plant, the Trent 900. It's a big old lump, isn't it? Oh, we're going to get photo bombed. Not a bad photo bomb though, I've got to say. A pretty special one. Three, two, one. Now there's your pitot tubes, folks, which work straight out, and then you've got your angle of attack sensor above there. Static ports are also at different places. That's a static port right there that you see, which is basically linked to the dispersion of or the deflection of build-up of static. Because you get static port, that's the static port. You've got static wicks as well. Simon Lewis, how many 380s? Okay, don't tell me. I think bleeding Emirates have got the biggest fleet. I'm going to say 140. They got 140 of them or something stupid like that, innit? $189 A380s operational. April 24 that was, so there may be a few in LTS. Okay, 189 as of 36 stored, 189 in operation, 36 stored. I know that Emirates do have a couple stored, don't they? And they broke a few up for spares as well. I think these are also the Engine Alliance. EGPX static ports for measuring the ambient air pressure, nothing to do with static electricity. Thank you, EGPX. There you go. Every day's a school day. Static ports are for measuring the ambient air pressure. Right, there we go. So just because it had the word static in it, I thought that it was something linked to that. But thank you, I appreciate that. Awesome. Roger break at Emirates. By far the biggest fleet, yeah, on the 380. Tom's cargo lunch, 50 livery, 50-year livery there, it's will pass overhead. Aidan Campbell, about 3 out of every 5 active 380s are Emirates. Yeah, Fly SSC, that's been on the cards for a good month or so now, with Lufthansa being the new launch customer for the 777-9. It's kind of a little bit of a shot in the foot for Boeing, isn't it? Because I think they were kind of relying on Emirates being the launch customer, who they originally were they not? But Lufthansa have since taken that title. Comparing the pressure in the pitot tube, which is facing directly into the oncoming air, and the static pressure is measured in the static port. So is that some kind of like an open vent, but it's not, it just, the measuring the instrument itself is what? Lima Echo Alpha, back in action for BA, now in Singapore after being in Manila. Oh, okay, so that dropout, folks, is nothing to do with us. I didn't need to take the battery out and do anything with it. Stephen H. Jilly, Stephen H. BA 380 from LAX looks like it's going rogue. Someone said nothing. And we are back, Jeff Hammond. No, someone said just now. Oh, okay. Well, I'll be honest with you, Aidan, don't forget that the A350-900 was out a good couple of years before the A350-1000, so they obviously had an advantage, a head start with the A350-900. That's why there's not as many in service, in active service. But she comes. Oh my goodness me, folks! If you've just joined, there's 5,300 people watching. Enjoy this, ladies and gentlemen. From Los Angeles, BA 380. I can hear her behind me. 200 feet. Just fantastic, man. Wow. Still going some, isn't she? Wow, look at that. Unbelievable how effective and powerful the brakes are on these aircraft, folks. I've got to be honest with you, slowing from like when you're landing at a you know, 120 knots or something like that. As soon as you're on the ground, the aircraft basically becomes a vehicle, and you've got to slow it down straight on the reversers, which is brilliant fun activating. And then just slight, you know, if you've got auto braking on, then it does it for you. But if you're using the brakes, which are the pedals, where the tips of your toes push forward to activate the brakes, they're very efficient, very, very efficient. You don't have to slam them on, that's for sure. Of course, you've got the speed brakes that are already armed, the ground spot that become ground spoilers. That's very important before landing, is arming your speed brakes, because once you're on the ground, you might see the speed brakes working very slightly with the other flight controls in unison with them during the approach. Or descent even sometimes, because the brakes will come up ever so slightly to be used as speed brakes. So you might want to select one on your speed brakes, for example, on descent. Of course, once your flaps start extending, you're going to drop speed. Keep an eye on... What am I talking about? I just love it. I love it. I love it because I'm new into it, you know. Oh, yeah. All the time keeping an eye on your flight director, man. Yeah, yeah. Anything to do with the static electricity, brilliant. I love it when I make a big... But I've thought that for years, and now I've just been... Why didn't I look it up? I don't know. Tony Rivers. I know. I love it, Tony, man. You wait till you hear Johnny, mate. You wait till you hear Johnny. I'll tell you, you're going to be massively impressed. Every time I talk sim with Johnny, it's like, whoa, slow down, man, slow down. It's like, yeah, you do this, you do that, you select this, you do that, you're going to type in this, and that's your this, and that's your that. And you're like, whoa! But I've got it now, I'm getting it. I'm getting how to set the aircraft up for flight as well. It's not just get in it and fly it, power up and go. It's like preparing everything. You know, your numbers, takeoff speeds, it's a V1 speed, all that V2, VR speeds, your airport you're flying from, flying to, what runway you're going to be using. It's brilliant. So you have to program the aircraft literally before you fly. I'm not. I'm a bit gutted it's taken me so many years to get used to it, because the amount of times I've given up, Julie, you know, I gave up at, trust me folks, I gave up at the Cessna level. I did. I completely gave up. All these bleeding things I've got to press on the keyboard and all that. Which is, yes. Yeah. Here's an old aeroplane, folks, about to come out. But look how beautiful she looks, man. Wow, look at her. Isn't she clean, man? That's a clean machine. Wow. But folks, that is an aeroplane that when it started its life, it was basically more analog than digital. This is an old aeroplane, the first ever wide-body passenger jet ever to be made. Before the 767 came out, before the 777 came out, this was the first. This is what got Boeing shaking in their boots initially, and started the whole wide-body battle off between the two big airframers. But this is an old aeroplane, folks. A twin engine, by the way, I'd like to say there, because obviously TriStar's DC-10s, oh man, missed a beautiful bank shot there. Oh, she's looking good, man. I want to see how steep this one goes up though. Watch the FPM on this. Is he going to pull it up? Yeah, look at that, folks. Quite as steep as we're used to seeing. Sometimes they're sort of like they're up halfway down the runway and going up at like 4,500 feet per minute. The sun was glinting off that ribbon very briefly when I showed it just now. We're going to get another turn out of her. Sweet. Oh, still high though, look. She's right up there, man. Okay, well, I'm gonna hang around, folks, for the jumbo just to see if she may get a 09 right arrival runway. Stephen H. LL 787 trundling down towards your jet air. Yes, I see her coming down Sierra. That's what I've got to also do is I've got to swat up on my taxiways at Heathrow. I've got a lot of stuff to learn before next Friday, folks. Yeah. Well, no, no, I don't know about that. I mean, you know, if I was doing if I'm going to Schiphol, for example, I'm not going to be doing any massive long haul flights, but I'll be doing landings into somewhere. Heathrow. Yeah, here you go, folks. This is after Johnny had left. He put me on for why I don't know, but he said we're going to do circuits at EMA. So he put me at EMA. He went home. I started it, and he said, right, it's all yours. I started it. I put everything in the flight management computer. You know, the flight plan, basically from EMA to EMA. And then that brings that up on the centre, on the readout. It shows you your runways. But what I couldn't get to grips with, because all the time that I was working with Johnny, was doing it with Johnny, he was saying follow the flight director, which is the cross in the middle, usually green, and it's a moving vertical and a moving horizontal line that basically you've got to keep it in the middle with the square, the yellow square. Okay. And I did that when I went out of EMA, but I kept going and kept going and kept going. Next thing I knew, I was in Wales, and we were looking out for, and I'm like, surely we've got to turn somewhere, you know, because we'd already inputted all the information from EMA to EMA. Anyway, we got lost, is the bottom line, and we were looking around, and Jilly said maybe we could land at Chester. She said Chester's over here. She was looking on her phone, and she found Chester. I was like, yeah, let's go to Hawarden, man, or Hawarden or whatever. Anyway, we found Chester, and I was so excited that I got a little bit out of control, and I came down. I was too high basically, and I should have gone around, but I didn't. I tried to land it, you know, from that 45-degree angle at like 180 knots. But no. Yes, I did. But later on, after everyone had gone, I nailed it. Out of Heathrow, did a night flight out of 27 right, went all the way up through to London, past Twickenham and all that blah blah, and then up to the Thames, all the stuff that I know, but it was in the night as well. However, on the instrument, and the top instrument, which is optional whether you have it on or whether you have it off, have it off, that's right, yeah. Basically it's an aeroplane in the middle, and it basically gives you a heading, a compass heading. So that gives you more of an indication as well. So if I know that, you know, if I'm heading east, I want to turn round 180 degrees and come back to the west to make a landing. You know what I mean? It's all those sorts of things. But it's great fun, mate. All that time as well, folks, you're managing the engines, because I've done everything manual so far. The next big one is, Johnny's saying we've got to get autopilot on the go and land it, so you basically meet the ILS when the little pink shaped object is in the middle. That means that you're lined up with you've got to lock onto the ILS as well. So you've got to put your locator beacon on, I think. You select that to locate the localizer, I think, something like that. But I'm getting there, don't worry, man, it's fine. And of course we've got the voice as well in our microphones, sound like pilots. You'll know what I'm talking about when you hear the. Actually, I think we should do sort of like something. No. That is kind of what it's like. Back heavy there, mate. We'll do a wheelie in a minute. Look at that.
Check stuff. Yeah, it's great, man. It's great. Oh, I can't wait until I've got all the jargon right as well, because you want to hear Johnny, man. It's like a proper pilot. It's like unbelievable, man. But you know what I did get? Because Johnny, my nephew, spent, what, 3 years, 4 years flying on flight decks of all types of aircraft around the world, with just planes, setting up all the cameras. So he was on the flight deck of multiple A330s and 777s and all that kind of stuff. Took off out of Seattle on the delivery flight for, who was it, Chile? Delivery flight for a Dreamliner out of Seattle. It was, oh no, it's Ethiopian, wasn't it? Was it Ethiopian? Yeah, unbelievable, man. But so Johnny is obviously, if you're in an environment, you naturally learn what you hear, what they say, and you understand what you say. And then he'd come home and practice it all on the sim. So not only has he got the experience from just learning, but a lot of his talent has come from watching actual pilots, asking them questions, etc., etc. It's pretty amazing, folks. I've got to tell you, he sounds like a real pilot, and I'm well jealous of him because it's just brilliant. I don't think I'll ever get to that level, but you need to be at a certain level in order to work with VAT sim, which is virtual air traffic, which basically means that you are talking to a live controller, whether it be ground controller, a tower controller, or the centre that you get when you fly in to a country as well. When you call Heathrow Centre or whatever, it's no, it's not Heathrow Centre. It's well, it is anyway. When you fly into the UK, there's a great big building with air traffic controllers in it that then hand you over to the next level, and then you speak to Heathrow approach, etc., etc. You know, there's all that to learn, man. That's nice, isn't it? Thanks, Pete. He's had his lunch, take the dog for a walk, come out, it's still flipping going. Well, okay, all right. It all started with a compass heading, didn't it, or something like that? I don't know. Over the mid-Atlantic from Cancun to Gatwick. You see, I'm not interested in doing any of that. I'm not interested in doing long-haul flights. I want to do a short-haul flight. I want to do a delivery flight to Cardiff, or a maintenance flight or something, or you know, just scenarios, landing at certain places. Because obviously, as you can appreciate, the landing and the takeoff are, well, the landing is the most challenging in terms of takeoff or landing. Takeoff is very straightforward. Taxiing is something you've got to learn as well. Every aircraft taxis and behaves differently. You've got to learn to, when the line is coming up, stop it! I flew on this actual Israeli plane. What is that? Yeah, Trev 9, you see, the flight plan for me is actually like, it gets done in about 60 seconds. For me, you know, or maybe a couple of minutes, but, you know, it's all more or less the same. Obviously different with a Boeing than it is an Airbus. I'll tell you what, I did have a very brief
drive around the taxi around Terminal 4 area in a 787 yesterday. Comfy flight deck. The compression of the front undercarriage in terms of how much of the shaft of the suspension itself is showing. It's only a small amount, but when that aircraft extends and all the weight goes off, there's a lot of weight on those wheels, man. And then when she oh hello, we're going to get photobombed by a Westjet Dreamliner here. Oh, Dan, CX7's going on 9 left. Well, the longer the nights get, folks. What time's CX7 due out, actually? It's usually about 7 o'clock, isn't it, or something like that? Tyre shy. Look at those engines. Really? Oh, well then in that case, Jelly Man, we're going to start on the next Niners, or in fact, to be honest with you, the next departure show on a Sunday. We've got to start at like, I mean, it's still light at 6 o'clock now, isn't it? We'll start at 1, yeah. 2 minutes out, EGPX, Paul Carman, 747-8, 2 minutes out. Wow, that's a clean 339, isn't it? Look how beautiful she looks in the afternoon sun, man. Yeah, when the weight is off the undercarriage and the whole oleo extends basically, the shaft, the chrome shaft that's inside the strut. There we go, Aidan Campbell, sunset around 17:45. So you're still going to be light at 6 o'clock. So the next show, folks, we're going to start really. We will do some early shows. Don't get me wrong. We definitely will do some early shows because I think we have such a huge audience around the world. I know and appreciate that. Probably 70–80%, or maybe a little bit. Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, EGPX, I don't know about that. I think that the reason for the runway 09 operations staying as they are all the way through, in other words, departures on the southern and arrivals on the northern, is primarily down to the Cranford Agreement, which is sort of like a very old agreement that was done way back in the day. But Heathrow on now, they've got in place planning permission to build a break wall, a sound break wall, which is basically what you see there, down on the other side of the western end of the of runway 09 left, so that they're going to plan to hopefully do departures, get departures going out of there as well. So there will, at some point in the future, be a switchover on 09s. But for now, bless you, 27s always switch at 3. 09s do not switch at all. Apart from a while ago when, because the Perth-bound Dreamliner with Qantas needed full runway, when we didn't have full runway down here for departures, because there was maintenance going on down, and we said, look at the wing flex on that thing, man. Isn't it beautiful, man? It's insane, mate. It's interesting. So that's very interesting, folks. Gilly's just told me 41%, sorry, 54% of our membership is UK based. I thought it was more, and therefore that's why we do what we can to appeal to everybody in their time zones. You know, for the Americans it's great in the afternoon / evening. In the morning it's great for our friends out all the way down in the Australias and China and Japan and places like that. Australia is number 3 on the list. That's interesting, isn't it? Higher than America, or America second? United States second. Australia, Germany, Canada. Wow. Save that for us. Peruse. I'd like to peruse it. See. Obviously when they paint them. Kenya, I know that we've got, is that guy in Micronesia still with us? Oh, they got a name for him, have they? Ian Finley, that agreement was binned years ago. The issue is the lack of holding points down at 09. Holding points as in the taxiways, we say here. But wasn't that the reason why there were no taxiways down at 09, just the one? Is that? I mean, obviously they'll need to make some changes because the entrance to 09 left is actually quite close to the north side of the terminal, Terminal 5. So they would obviously have to make some quite big expansion. But I didn't know. I'll be honest with you, Ian. As far as I was aware, it's the first I've ever heard that the Cranford Agreement has been torn up. So, yeah, I appreciate what you're saying there, and I will look that up later just to confirm what you're saying. There's 2 interesting things I've learned today. What the static ports are for. The Cranford Agreement no longer is binding. This local community The Cranford Agreement, by the way, folks, if anybody's wondering what that is or was, an agreement between the local community and Heathrow to say that they will not use the northern runway easterly departures for departures because of the fact that it goes over a lot of communities, houses, specifically Cranford, I think it is. Cranford is a place. No idea that was binned years ago. Peter McHugh prefers the light blue Air Canada livery. There we go, you see. It is quite interesting how divided people are on the Air Canada livery. There it is, folks. Now look, I'll be honest with you. As a overhaul, I think that is absolutely fantastic. That one brings it right up to date. But I can understand why people look at that shaking on those stabilisers. Horizontals, look. Yes, I've heard that, Robert Honley say. Every now and then there are a few departures out of 9 left. Yes, it's not the first time I've heard that. Which is quite surprising that they do it at night, to be honest with you. Look at that. Beautiful. Looking smart. Looking very smart. I mean, if this was clothing, this would be suited and booted for the Air Canada jet in its new livery. In the old one, it's a bit like Toweling Road. Yeah, should have fluffy slippers on, you know. Looks nice, but Toweling Road. Oh, what do you look at, man? What do you look at? Clear takeoff, 09 right, Windsor car, but they are at 09, aren't they? Or is it the opposite way? That's exactly what he's doing at the moment. But no. The sock is blowing down away from me. No, it's not, mate, it's not. Look, it's directly, oh, look at that, Magna Jumbo, big freighter, in the turn, man, nice, wow. Is she going in somewhere? Is she at top of descent maybe? I don't know, where's she headed for? Is it maybe a Schiphol? Oh, it's Liège, is it? So where's Liège in relation to Schiphol? Is Liège on the, Belgium, yeah. if I'm standing on the northern, hold on a minute, what with 12 being north, yeah? Okay, yeah. Yeah, how far south-southwest of it? South-southeast, sorry. Yeah, yeah. How far south-southeast? Rico, APU comes off long before departure. APU is shut off once the engines are up and running. I knew that anyway before I was doing the sim. Mind you, there's no APU, I think, on the, well, there is on the sim, isn't there, not on the centre column. So we're going to be we're going to also be starting the aircraft from a dead start, folks. So when it's basically there's nothing going on there. Now that looks good. That's when the Air Canada really livery comes into its own, isn't it? Against that beautiful sky. Oh, well, it did anyway. Another turn, mate. Another turn for us. There we go. And tip it right. Come on, son. Indeed, Dan, that's right. APU is usually one of the procedures after landing. Obviously, reconfigure the aircraft, get your taxi instructions first, know where you are in relation to the airport's routings and so on and so forth. That's another thing that is I have to give a lot of credit to pilots for, because when you land and the tower says Virgin clear taxiway, so exit so and so, follow greens to whatever, and hold short of da-di-da, and then do this, call that, and all that stuff. There's a lot of things you've got to do, and Screaming Emu earlier on was mentioned, well, not earlier on, but has mentioned before about the fact that he uses a pad to write it down, like right on Sierra and etc. It's obviously there's some kind of like a shorthand or something for taxiway instructions. That's something I've got to get to grips with, man. Halifax to Okay, so apparently the Cranford Agreement still exists. A councillor. Okay, so the Cranford Agreement is firmly still in use. Gilly's just read out a news article about Hillingdon, was it, Gilly? Hillingdon Council, was it? There was a proposal by Heathrow Airports Limited. London Borough of Hounslow. Everybody had their opportunity to have their word to Hillingdon Council by the 20th of January, so that's now expired. But it was basically based on a proposal by Heathrow Airports Limited in terms of using the 09 left runway for departures. And one of those things is obviously, as I take it right the way back to the beginning, is obviously putting that blast wall in there, or that structure in there.
Okay, so there was apparently an agreement in 2017 that was never carried out, and so the Cranford Agreement remained in place because whoever asked for those in 2017, Interesting. I wonder if they were about to start doing something and then COVID struck. You know what I mean? It's a couple of years. Once it's been approved, it's going to take 2 years to get everything in place, isn't it? You know, it's all well and good putting plans in place, but once you need to. You wait till I get good at it, mate. Yeah. Actually, I know we're putting we've put a request forward to VATSIM, isn't it? We've put a request into VATSIM to get an exclusive flight, airline ident, like Speedbird, etc. But I like Rogue One. I like Rogue One. Because I don't know if I like Big Jet One. I think it's a bit sort of obvious, isn't it? Yeah. Big Jet 46 maybe. It would be Big Jet Alpha Yankee 46 or something like that, wouldn't it? Or like a call sign followed by the flight number and all that kind of stuff, isn't it? Revs per minute, flipping it. It's more on horsepower, but I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there are some readings from instruments somewhere about the RPM of some of these engines, but you're talking about in the thousands, aren't you? Rouge one. Right, this is it, folks. Sorry, folks. Where's this one going? Is it westbound? Is this going westbound? As if it is, we'll get a good turnout of it. Rico, yes, it does. It will use twice as much fuel. It's all relative to, obviously to weight, etc. Takeoff weight, flying weight of the aircraft. But yeah, in general, this BA 380 will use double the amount of fuel that a 350 would use, for example, across the Atlantic. Aren't we lucky, folks? Aren't we lucky to have
mean, I know there's a couple of lampposts, but I'm very strategically positioned at this location. But you know, and bringing that other mic into operation, I think is a great thing as well. Oh, he's going to LAX, is he? So if he goes left, it'll be a long run up, but if he goes right, it'll be a tight right turn. Let's hope he's got a southerly departure. Get those wings flexed up, mate. Look at that. That's about 11 and 15 feet or somewhere about the flex on those wings, and that's more evident when you're sitting over the wing. If you're on the plane, flying on the plane, and you're seated over the wing, right now you'll see that wingtip bowed right up in the air, and then and look how high up it's bent as well. Oh, he's going left, okay. But then when you land, you see the wing tip just disappear from about as far out as the just aft of the outboard engine. Absolutely insane, man. Absolutely insane. Well, that's it, folks. I'm going back to do a bit more simming, and we will see. I'm going to put a couple of pictures up on the post as well of the simulator itself as well, because we're set up now. It's completely set up as it needs to be. So we're ready to rock and roll. Basically, got everything. We did a dry run yesterday. Jilly did a live. We recorded it live to an unlisted file or folder or whatever it is. We basically recorded it unlisted. Yeah, we did a dry run, but you wouldn't want my audio on that one from yesterday. I mean, we could do it and just beep it out, Jilly, couldn't we? There's just been lots of beeping, wouldn't there? Right, folks, look after yourself. I'm going to nip home now, get myself something to eat for lunch, and we'll see you on Wednesday. Who knows where, who knows when. Take care, everybody. Thank you for your gifting, and thank you for just being wonderful people to everybody else as well. We appreciate that. And don't forget, get yourself ready for Perth. We're going to be in Perth this time next week. Well, no, on our way there anyway. All right, folks, look after yourselves. See you soon. Cheers. Bye-bye.